Down the rabbit hole we tumble once again, to a place you remember, but have never truly been, where dim moonlight shines on an age long gone by, where stranger things are happening, and you very well may die. A wonderland unlike any you've ever seen before, captured by a darkness that will shake you to the core. Time is running out. The light is almost gone. Will you become a queen or perish as a pawn? Welcome to Building Wonderland, Nightmares and Dreamscapes. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Building Wonderland, Nightmares and Dreamscapes. I'm your host, co-founder, and head creator at Catastrophe Games, Kyle Shaw, aka the Design Merc. Here to pull back the curtain and show you how we're creating this brand new TTRPG world coming to Kickstarter later this year. We're building the cover design for Module 4 of our 14 module campaign. I've got tacos behind me. I've got a mushroom in front of me. Let's get to work. All right, we left off yesterday with a very, very large mushroom. That is the whole point, but it is not large enough. Unfortunately, we are going to make it bigger. We've got our saved copy over here. Yes, we do. Why does it have a hole in it? Let's save that copy. How about that? I hear a little boy cat around the corner. Is that a Remington Steel? We'll find out. Okay, let's go ahead and make this larger because we want it off the page. Check where our Wonderland logo is. I think we were talking about here, something like this, something like there, I believe. I have to bring this back down. Up. Now, we're going to perform several magic tricks today, folks. We are not only going to put some more spider webs all over this thing because I feel like it's necessary. That's job one. Job two, going to be to add our heroine, Lorena, into this image. How and where? You'll just have to wait and see. That's magic trick 2. Magic trick number 3 is going to be getting the exact right shading for this, because what we're going for is something where it's going to have to be darker than this. This just looks like a nice place to visit or stop in a rainstorm. It needs to be darker, more eerie, more nightmares and dreamscapes. So we are going to have to do some careful shading because we also want to make sure that we keep all this bright light and all this architecture in here visible, because that is super important. It's going to be a trick because we have to keep that light there, but also keep it dark enough behind the Wonderland logo so that you can read it and see it. Always a problem. So that's magic trick number 3. Magic trick number 4 is going to be then taking that entire image and repainting it in our Wonderland watercolor style. So yeah, 4 magic tricks today, and we will put together module 4 cover. Funny how that works out. All right. Let's see what kind of trouble we can get into. Mm, Take a look at this. Mm, This looks very good. All right. We go with that positioning. Next, we're going to audition some spider webs. We say, so we're going to take this image. And this is one of the ways that using Midjourney makes it a little bit easier because what I can do is I can pop this image as it is back into Midjourney and say, do me a favor, add some spider webs, and see what it comes up with. Now, I guarantee you, 100% guarantee you, that anything that it outputs is not going to look exactly like this. So we're not going to use the full image itself. But what we will use is I will chop those suckers up and do a little surgery and a little magic and make sure that those spider webs blend in with this image and this cover. But it is nice to have it build the additional pieces you need on top of something very similar to what you're already working with rather than having to go out and get completely separate stock imaging of spider webs and then try to integrate them into the image itself with the style and the palette and the coloring and the shading. No, so much more extra work that I would rather not do. Don't get me wrong, done it for years, but it takes 10 times longer to do it that way uh, than this. So it's a nice little bonus feature for us designers if you know how to use it right. I don't know who else is using this and what ways they're using it because it's all brand new, but that is how I use it. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna save. Mr. Remington, how are you, sir? Did you come to visit? Come here, Rems. Come here, buddy. There he is. Our bud. Oh. Say hello to Remington Steele the Third, making his every hour appearance here to let me know that it has probably stopped raining and that we can now go outside. All right, let's upload that. That's the one we want to work with. Da, 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 mod 4, 9, there we go. Mm. The background. All right, give that a shot. Try to keep it simple on this one. Not start out with anything too crazy. That is right. The exhaustion is real, boys and girls. When you're working on a project like this that is so expansive, especially with his being 500 plus pages in our campaign, 500 plus pages in our field guide, it is an immense undertaking. And this particular undertaking is being done by two fellas, um, which is much less than what is normally used in this particular scenario. So while we are waiting for our spider webs, we are going to work on adding our heroine. Why not take advantage of the time break? All right, I'm gonna go to monsters. Catastrophe. You know what? No, we don't need those. I need you. You. All right, and there she is. There's our heroine, Lorena. This is Alice's older sister. This is your first introduction to her. She is approximately 18, 19 at the time of our illustrious tale. A handful of years older than her sister, who has gone missing. Now, we need to place Miss Lorena. How, might you say? Where is she going? Well, folks, this is Wonderland. So, of course, she is going right on top of this mushroom, right here. And she is going to be very, very tiny. Now, the question is, should we have her seated, standing, doing calisthenics? What should she be doing? Um, hmm. I mean, she probably should be standing, I would think. Um, Probably looking up at this massive mushroom and the way we're going to make it more massive, because right now it just looks like, okay, you've got a couple of new mushrooms and then you got this big one that you took a picture underneath. Not so. This particular mushroom is a mushroom tower. There are going to be possibly something living in it, which we will add some windows to. So, magic trick number 5. Didn't see that one coming. We did lose our rooms when we created this quite large mush, and that is part of the particular design of this image. Is there are rooms in the stalk of the mushroom, as well as on top of the cap, but you won't be able to see those on the cover. You will, however, be able to see them inside module 4 when it comes out. So back to the question of Miss Lorena. She's going to be very tiny on top of this mushroom. Probably looking upwards, I would guess. Maybe hand over her eyes, looking upward because of the light. Something like this. A little afraid of it looking like she's saluting, but we'll figure that out. Oh my. Um, did we leave something incorrect on here? Our stylization completely and omni strength hell out of this, because that is not what I was asking for. The spider webs are gorgeous, and so are the plant life, but that is not what I was trying to get to. Very nice. And while that's going, let's go ahead and grab Arena. I think we want to do. We probably want to base it off of image number 5 here, because she is standing. That's probably going to give her the most accurate view. So let's go to the wonderful GPT. All right. All right. backwards. Very high in the sky with her hand above her eyes to shield her from the light. Now you're probably wondering, why would I put that in there? Because, like we said in the last episode, there are certain things about Wonderland that obviously are going to be artistic renderings, are going to be magical, are going to be nightmares and dreamscapes, hence the name. A little bit of whimsy, a little bit of eerie, lots of crazy wild madness. But at the same time, there are parts of Wonderland that, in order for the rest of Wonderland to operate in the weird and wild world that it is, there are some things that do need to be rooted in reality. And in order to do that, it's usually in reactions, in small things, little parts of your environment that ground us. Like you don't, there's no mention of anywhere in Alice in Wonderland about understanding how gravity works, but yet things do all kinds of sort of crazy things. Um, but we just take that for granted because it is a crazy wild world. So here, you would assume that if someone was looking up at a very bright light, they would want to try to shield their eyes a bit, so they would be able to see as a natural human reaction. Um, Maybe a natural primate reaction. I'm not entirely sure. I have to look that up. But definitely a human one. So if we fail to do that when we place Lorena on the cover, um, I'm sure there will be some people that notice and go, hey, she's looking up at a really bright light and just not blocking her eyes, no sunglasses, nothing, just staring right into it. I don't buy it. We try to make that part as realistic as possible. So, let's try that. Oh, look at these. We're gonna do this back 100. We are going to dumb that down quite a bit. And give it another shot. And while that's going, we are going to take our heroine here, right there, drop her in Omni reference. It would help if I could spell today, let me tell you. All right, we're going to run that one too. While those are going, we are going to prep this stock to add some windows. You can prep all the magic at the same time. Sometimes. Alright, and the best way to do this to make life a lot easier is to Circle them all. There we get rid of all those in one shot. Where is my generative toolbar? It is nowhere. It is remove object. Oop. Okay. Let's do that. Time for taco. Lovely wifey. In her infinite amazingness, has made me lunch. You have to be very careful when you cut pieces out of imaging because yeah, you may remove things that you don't want, but at the same time, you also lose character with the actual object. So you don't want something to be so bland that it just looks unrealistically perfect in a lot of cases because nothing in life is perfect. And nothing in Nightmares and Dreamscapes is perfect either. There's a fine, fine line to walk there. All right, now we're going to get rid of these guys. Down here. Bar disappeared again. I don't understand why it's doing that. We shall see. We shall see. Okay, that is much better. My toolbar disappeared again. I have to restart Photoshop to keep that. Let's see. Yeah, see, it disappeared. Hold on. Where'd you go? There it is. Kind of like that one. All right. I'm gonna go with that. Merge those two together. Let's check on our journeys. Again, it is not really understanding this mushroom deal. We might have to settle for a little bit of this in here. What? We're gonna swap up because I'm going to give. That is not at all what I asked. Thank you. 1 second, guys. Even. All right. I don't think I gave it the most specific instructions there. I kind of thought it would get the gist, but I guess not. Um, so I went ahead and asked it to reissue the prompt, giving it a little more detail, like the knowledge that she's actually standing on top of a small mushroom, looking up at a mushroom the size of a 100-story building, made of light. It needs to be made of light because the brightness is what is causing her to shield her eyes to even look at it and crane her neck backwards to look up at it. So hopefully that will give it a few more specifics. Sneeze. Excuse me. Um, Hopefully that'll work. Let's see. Although these are probably amazing images, they are absolutely incorrect. Effective. I don't know where she got an umbrella. Nice umbrella. Very pretty mushrooms. We have to hold on to that for later. That's kind of cool. I mean, all of these are great images. Not what we're looking for. All right. We're going to let that focus on that. Spider webs. So I don't want to mix. Yeah, I don't want to mix prompting at the moment because that's what will end up happening. So what we will do while that is cranking out Arena is go ahead and put the window here, I believe. Original mushroom. There are our doors. For those of you that did not check us out in the previous episodes, this was the original, or one of the original mushrooms that we built. We started out with this mushroom, which was kind of 2 pieces, I believe. 3 pieces? 3 pieces. This mushroom was 3 pieces. We eventually built that into this mushroom, which is essentially the same thing, but with the forest around it, kind of building our idea out. And seeing where that went, we wanted to add some doors and windows that were not easily reachable. So we went and did that with this, and then decided that even if we blew this up, this particular mushroom would just not really be awe-inspiring enough in the way that we're trying to make these covers kind of jump out at you. So what we decided to do was take this particular mushroom or this image, throw that back into Midjourney and say, hey, can you create it taller, POV from an angle as if you're standing directly underneath it looking up? And that is how we eventually got to this wonderful image where we had to connect the cap up here to the stalk, move these mushrooms up, create some additional area here, do quite a lot of cleaning, all kinds of fun things. We pulled that off yesterday. So if you wanted to check out the previous episode, you will see how all of that happened. And here we are. My question is, and she's looking up. I need her to look up. That's not the full. Did I pick the wrong thing? Yeah, I did. we go. Let's try that. Sorry, we're a little slow on the prompting today. Sometimes that happens. Oops. Excuse me. Long day and a long night. Many, many things going on in the Wonderland world, including my tacos. You have not gotten lunch today. I suggest you get on it. Okay. While we are waiting, which is sometimes required, take a look at how we're going to shade this thing. Because shading is just as much about technique as it is your actual eye. So there's tricks to shading, like doing it in pieces. Shading smaller areas. Shade the areas that are already dark. And we're going to shade the bottom. Okay. Here we shade that a little bit more. I'm not entirely sure we'll do that. That doesn't exactly look great. That might be a tricky situation. We may have to fix that on the repaint and make this whole area just a little bit darker, but this is generally what I'm trying to get to. I know it looks a little faded here, but once it's repainted, these colors down here will just come out as dim. You know we should have done. Hold on, I've got to start over on that. I made a mistake. Totally went and dimmed out around the largest mushroom head underneath the cap, and didn't do it down here to these. I just covered right over those. Gave them no respect whatsoever. I get no respect. No respect for the mushrooms. And that was wrong. Alright, I gotta do that over. Oh, let's go back and do this. Just did. Big ones out of the way. They're definitely going to be darker. There we go. Here we go. A little bit over here. Oh. Welcome, Marcus Pear. Come on back anytime. We're here 1 to 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday through Friday. Cranking out these covers, cranking out characters. Getting Wonderland ready for the public. We're going to shade this right here. Just to give it a little darkness around the light. Gotta respect the light blooms. Marking this in here. Marking this over here. Around the lights on the tree. I'm gonna darken all this. And this is the benefit of using the lighter blending tool. May take a little bit longer, but you're getting it in smaller increments, so it's a little bit finer kind of decision making as far as what you're darkening and what you're not. Too dark. Actually, very helpful having multiple screens with this image on it, because I'm able to see in real time what it looks like at different sizes as I'm shading. So what I'm looking at in front of me and what you're looking at are same screen, but yours is much smaller. And mine is on a TV. So when I see it large, I'm seeing the artistic version of it and all the details and things that are right and wrong. And then you're seeing it a bit more zoomed out, and that's going to be more of the impact of the cover rather than the detail part, which is good. That's what we're trying to go for. What do we think of the lighting on that? That lighting's all right. Again, not going to use this particular image. I'm just getting an idea of what we're gonna have to do to paint it. I'm not the biggest fan of how I did that. We probably need to keep this inside and maybe underneath here a little bit lighter, rather than just making this some kind of weird light formation. kind of takes away from everything else. It was definitely the right move to relight these. I think that was the good move for that. All right, let's check on Midjourney and see what it's done. Hey, there's our girl. Love how they made this mushroom cloud look like some kind of atomic explosion. Um, but that is exactly what we're looking for. Wow, talk about some Gone with the Wind. I think that is an atomic explosion. Is that supposed to be a mushroom? That's great. Oh, the art that this comes up with is just ridiculous. It's all very high quality stuff, but sometimes you look at it and go, "Did you not read anything that I said? What are you doing?" Hmm. Yes, very many images of our heroine Lorena. She's supposed to be looking upwards, away from the camera, at a huge mushroom way in the sky, and instead, Midjourney has decided to put a big mushroom cloud behind her, which is totally not what I asked for. But that's okay. It's very Gone with the Wind, and there are mushrooms, so I think this one may end up in odds and ends. This may be an odds and ends in the next episode. Keep an eye on that one. Totally not what I asked for, but boy, is that an interesting image. That is wild. All right, all right. Let's thank our assistant here. Always, always thank the machines, just in case they come for you. They will know the difference. Let's see. Thanks, assistant. Um, let's update the prompt below so that she is looking directly upward. More of a what is that? That's if this is 0 and I'm looking this way, that's 45. We want her looking up there, so that's like what, 70, 75? A 70-degree angle up at a giant mushroom. This is not a mushroom cloud that is behind her in the distance. This is an actual real mushroom that has grown the size of a skyscraper. It's so bright that she must shield her eyes with her hand. Please also have her facing 3/4 away from the camera. So very little of her face will be visible. All right, let's give that a try. We're kind of trying to have her standing here, kind of looking up that way with her hand up, and from the angle of the camera, you might see like the edge of her face right here, but you're not going to see everything because she's not facing you, she's facing the mushroom. These aren't too bad though. We'll play with one here in a moment. That. Let that one run. And while we're at it, let's take we're going to go with this one, but it's the closest thing to the correct viewpoint I can possibly get. I don't know about the crazy boots or the mushroom behind her, but that's not going to matter because we're going to cut her out. We are going to take our quick selection tool and say, gimme. It'd be difficult here because her hair color is roughly the same as what it made the mushrooms, but no, let's not keep that in there. Thank you very much. Looks like her nose is also a wreck, but that's okay. Gonna get the whole thing here, get down her dress, down to the shoes. There it is. Okay, now I gotta go back with a smaller brush and do the reverse in some areas like this. So that is cut out. This area down here, so that gets cut out, and this area here. Try to be as accurate as possible with this particular step, because anything that you don't cut correctly in this step is not going into the next step. Now, at this point, we're just seeing what this looks like, seeing if we're heading in the right direction, that kind of thing. So it's not, integral that this is perfect. But we do want to make sure that it works. So, go. There we go. Okay. Gonna do copy. You. Right, not pasting. I don't understand. Paste. Now it pastes. Here we go. All right. So there she is. There's our girl. We are going to make her super duper tiny. And we are going to flip her in the other direction. There we go. Thank you. Put her right here. A little bit smaller. There. Very nice. Look at that. That's great. It actually isn't bad. Yeah, see, that's the problem with seeing the boots because, or having her lift the skirt to see the boots because the boots are relatively the same color as the mushroom top, so you're not seeing her feet sitting on that mushroom top. We may want to get it to where her dress is fully down around the ground where it normally is if it's not lifted, just to get that color separation of her like red dress against the darkness of the top of the mushroom. So here's the other thing. we're going to have to shade this differently because I've been looking at it while we're trying to figure this out. And if all of this is lit here, why is all of this dark here? That makes no sense. If all this is lit, this should be a little brighter. And so should probably the top of these mushrooms. Like this should be like lit underneath it in almost a circle. So you should kind of see it here where it's darker. And the top of the mushroom should still be pretty colorful because you can see them in the light. But yeah, we're gonna have to readjust that next time around. And we've got more Lorena, although she's still blowing up mushrooms. Okay. See what we've got here. I mean, that's pretty cool. Also pretty cool. See, that doesn't look like her, boys and girls. Can't be doing that. And now. Like that. He's also not looking high enough. This one's actually high enough. That is tricky. She's going to be super small. And she's going to get repainted. I'm not necessarily sure it matters, like, too specifically. What she looks like down to the detail. This might work. We're going to use that as the image prompt. As that. And that is the Omni reference. Crank it up. And try it again. While we're waiting. We're going to try her. Now, we might be able to get away with just a mass eraser tool here. And it doesn't have to be perfect because we're just checking it out. Yo. A very quick and dirty way to erase things. Problem is it leaves all kinds of artifacts everywhere. It also leaves this little like edge outline that we've spoken about before. Talked about that a few episodes ago. That's why I like to erase by hand in Photoshop. So it doesn't do things like that. There we go. Let's clean this up. And also try to not take a chunk out of her dress. Close enough. Alright. All this. Looks like so. here. Right. I don't really need too much of the shadow here or anything. That's just not necessary for this. And I just want to clean this up and get it in there. Just to see kind of what it looks like. Yeah, so this is going to be perfect. You do want to kind of get the white out of the way if at all possible so it doesn't interrupt with what you're looking at. Go. There we go. Paint her dress a little bit. I don't mind the rest of the lines there. That's fine. That is. We have to flip her again. And shrink. Her. Oh. All right. So we got a little arena down there. That actually might work. She might be the right way to go. Yeah, these aren't really any better. They're all very her looking horizontal, or she has a headache, one of the two. Very headache. So we can just use the one we've got. That's actually not too bad. We've got her very tiny. Top of those mushrooms, you can barely see her. All right, so we are at the 1 hour mark in today's session. Let's go ahead and take a short break, hit the bathroom, eat a taco, and we'll be back. And we are back. Doing some Wonderland Nightmares and Dreamscapes build. I am your host, the Design Merc. We have just placed our heroine, Lorena, down here on top of our little mushroom. Ain't she cute? All right. Now, is she the right size? We want to make her taller, smaller. I feel like she's pretty much the right size. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. While we're doing a little bit of planning on this image, Midjourney is busy running our spider webs at the moment. using this as its omni reference base, we're going to give that one more shot. But until then, we are going to be looking at how to correctly light this particular module cover correctly. Couple different options to play with. Sometimes, rather than trying to shade out or phase out what you see in front of you, I like to go the reverse direction. Put a dark box over everything. And just remove pieces. Who's that? Isn't go ahead and get a dark blue, and I'll tell you why. So, most people will tell you that don't work a lot with color. That there's white and there's black. And those are just two individual colors. Unfortunately, those people are incorrect. When you work with color on a regular basis, you understand that every color comes in shades, and every shade is a 16th, an eighth, a quarter off from the shade before it or from the original basic shade. When it comes to black, there are many versions of black. There is jet black. We've heard of jet black. But there's also red black and blue black and brown black and green black. When those colors are mixed together, you will still get just a tiny bit of the color tint, but it will still be so dark that in most mediums it won't pick it up. But where you can tell it the most is when you're working with color. Like you see over here, this all just looks like blue, but with black in it. But it's not black black. As I'm going to show you with our little color picker here, our color picker allows me to pick any individual pixel on this screen, and it tells me where in our massive color palette that particular pixel falls. There are decimal codes that go along with it, hexadecimal codes that go along with it. There are also RGB, CMYK numbers for those of us in the trade to go by so we can correctly identify different shades of colors. So I'm showing you right now is considered blue-black. Now it is so dark on the screen, to the naked eye, it just looks like black, or maybe a grayish black or a slate or something of that nature. But if you look, every one of these that I'm clicking on never moves away from the blue palette up here. It doesn't change to just black and white, which will happen if you click, say, this layer here. That is a green black, shockingly enough, because all you see is the green palette here. But technically, being that it is 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, it is the blackest black that there actually is. So, as we go back to our color wheel here, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get a blue-black. That one will do. That one will do. Is that enough? Will do. I'm trying to get a blue-black because if you give your black a little bit of a tint, just a little. See, it already has some. We're gonna move it here. You give it a little bit of tint, and it may need more. It may allow me to get away with a little bit more when we try to blend it. See, there we go. And there. That is exactly what I was looking for, folks. All right. So if we go with overlay is not bad, but soft light is better. So if we do a soft light overlay, look at what that did to our shading and our shadowing. It practically did it for us, right? Look at that. That's almost perfect. The only thing that I'm going to change is I'm going to lighten up probably right around here. I can see this part being dark, but this is pretty far down the stalk. I can't imagine that this is still this dark. So we'll lighten that up a bit. We'll fade a little bit of this area. But for the most part, this is spot on. Now, if we want to go a little wild, we can duplicate this layer. And it gets even darker. So theoretically, we could light it like this. The problem with that is you won't be able to see much of the detail, and you will absolutely miss out on this little Easter egg here where she is on top of that mushroom. It's a little too dark to see her. So we'll probably need to go here. And more than likely, what I'll end up doing with her is lightening her up just a little bit anyway, so you can see her a little more clear. But this is about as good as it gets. Just laying that over. Look at what that does to the shadowing. Fantastic. Only with blue black. All right. Or green black or red black. And there is purple black. Anyway, let's go ahead and shade some of this out. We don't need all of it. This is a little hairy in here. So you want it shadowed, but you also want to be able to see some dimension in that. And by taking just a smidge of the shadow off, you get just enough dimension to see that there's something running up through there. Now we're still going to have a little bit of a problem with the titling. That's going to be tricky. So the Wonderland is pretty okay. You can probably read that pretty well. Nightmares, can't even read that at all. So we are going to have to do some tricks to make that happen. Plus the module information down here is not exactly right either. We're going to get rid of this layer mask that we had on our original image because it is useless at this point. We have replaced it. And this looks much better. All right, we got that saved. Let's go check on our spider webs Uh, and, hmm. Yeah. Okay. Nope. Don't worry about me. I'm just over here second guessing myself. Let's go ahead and open this up and see what we got. We've got all kinds of spider webs and not what I asked for. Let's try this with. Uh, image. Mm. All right, let's try that. Telling you, boys and girls, and everyone else in between and outside, mid journey is just as difficult to manipulate as any other application out there. Is definitely a separate skill set. So let's take a look at this little area here. Is it going to be feasible? Shadow this enough. Now, see if we do that. That's a little too wide. How about that? Is that readable? That's pretty readable. It still looks very dark in that spot unnecessarily, right? I wonder if we make it more of a here thing. Shading is a trick. Very much a magic trick, as we discussed before. So we are so far a couple of magic tricks deep. Let's go ahead and change this to module 4. We will be changing the title. Obviously, module 1 is titled We're All Mad Here. We are not showing the titles quite at this time because they are still working titles. We have not finalized all of those at this time. We're probably, I think we finalized about half of them, which is pretty good. All right, so that looks much better. Let's see if there's any other shading that we need to do. That's pretty good. All right, let's take a look and see what we can do about Nightmares and Dreamscapes. Now, this is a nifty little trick. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It might work here because what is directly behind Nightmares, as you can see, isn't just flat white. It's not super, super bright, but it's really just kind of the same color or the same palette as the color we're using for that lettering. Um, so really all it needs is it doesn't need to necessarily be super dark behind it. It just needs to be differentiated from what's directly behind it without ruining that image at the same time. Sounds super tricky, right? Well, not if you know how to manipulate a drop shadow right. Now, if you left it like this or like this, that's horrible. We're not doing that. I see people do that all the time. What are you doing? That's the wrong way to do that. Drop this down so it's much more transparent. Okay. And we just fan it out quite a bit. If you keep it too close, you're going to see. You see right there, you see all that mush, dark mush around it? Yeah, I hate that. So if you blow it out, you can't really see just how dark it is back there. That differentiates it just enough where now I can read Nightmares and Dreamscapes. And that's how we do it. Right. Check on Midjourney. Still stuck on this weird mushroom. What is going on here? Ha 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 ha. Alright, well, this isn't bad. Okay. We can use some of this. Alright. Alright. Thanks, assistant. That worked out pretty well. I would like to make one edit if you don't mind. Can we focus the additional spider webs to underneath the largest mushroom so they connect between the base of the largest mushroom cap to the smaller mushrooms below. Let's try that. Because while it's putting the spider webs in there, it's thinking, okay, you should have spider webs attaching to the top of the big main mushroom. No, because that thing is giant, so giant that there shouldn't be anything else in the area that is remotely that tall. What are those spider webs connecting to? We are not pulling this Marvel Spider-Man shit where he throws webs to nothing because there's not a building there. You can't swing on that, Spidey. That's not how it works. So we are not going to do that either. All these spider webs need to make sense in the scene. They need to go somewhere, and they're not going to be going to 150 stories high when the mushroom's 100 stories high. That's not going to make a whole lot of sense. So we are going to update that. Boom, bada bing. Go. We're going to do 2 of those. And back to what we were doing over here. Now, how does that look with that shading behind it? Does it look hokey? Maybe a little bit. Here's another trick. A lot of people think drop shadows only come in one color. That is sadly incorrect. The apps on your phone probably, or could maybe do it only in one color. It's set to do it in black. That makes the most sense. That's what color a shadow generally is. However, when you are playing in the world of Photoshop, you can make it whatever color you like. So, what we do is we change that color to something that matches the color palette we're in. in this case, dark red, a brown, something of that nature. This all looks pretty good. Let's try. That kind of gets muddy. Try that. That way, if we go a little bit darker with it, it just looks like it's part of the image behind it because you have glowing pixels that are the same colors as what's already there, so it does blend in. That actually ends up blending better that way. So that is how we will end up doing it. And what else we can do? Show you another little magic trick. Nightmares is much easier to see now. That's great. But it just looks a little off, doesn't it? The background picture. It looks like, oh, this is dark here, and then there's just this one little like area that's darker over here too. Let's not do that. What we're gonna do is we're gonna make this whole thing, all the Wonderland up here, to a little darker, just a little bit, just a coloration, so that all matches. Let's get rid of our logo here so we can see we're putting it right in there. Sometimes the simplest tricks. Looking for one moment. Okay, gotta grab that color right there. And as I was saying, sometimes the simplest tricks are what works best. So if you need a particular part of an image to be a particular color, there are several, I'm sure, technically correct ways to do it in Photoshop. I am not technically correct. Not technically correct. I am not politically correct. I am rarely correct. So, the way that I do it is old school. We just take a shape, make it the same color, we overlay this bad boy right where we need it. Not dark enough. See if we can get it a little darker in there. We may have to do some contrasting of our own. That overlay's not too bad. We'll go with that. And then we will. Oh, really? You're not going to let me? You need this to be rasterized. Mr. Remington, how are you, sir? How has your afternoon been? No, nothing? I'm telling you, every time he comes in a room, he screams like he's going to talk to you, and then nothing. Just letting you know he's there. Okay, so there we go. Now that looks a little more like the colors that are surrounding it. We've kind of just tinted it, done some brightness and contrasting, and now we are going to fade the edges out so that you don't see them. Like so. Logo there. though, before we go around that bottom section, I want to make this bigger. Make right there bigger. Yep. That when we fade it, we aren't leaving a white space in the center of the bottom area here because we are going to have to fade it up to get the edge out of the way. That will give us space for our nightmares and dreamscapes. We want to get that out of the way, but still blend into what's happening right above it. Right here. Okay. Alright, that looks pretty good. Go back out a bit. I feel like that white space in there is just. Oh, it doesn't look like it's going to go anywhere. Okay. That's fine. That does what we want it to do. Let's see if we can lighten this just smidgery-do. That might be better. Yeah, let's go all the way. Okay. All right. That should be a little bit better. That gives us a cleaner view of the Wonderland Nightmares and Dreamscapes and still keeps the lighting that we have going on here well enough to where you can read it, which is super important, I'd imagine. All right, let's take a look at Mid-Journey and see where we're at. Still with the weird mushrooms. Looking kind of realistic there. But this is more what we were talking about. Okay. Might be able to use those. Oh, look at the little whatever that is. I think that's a fairy. It looks like a fairy. Oh, little fairy person. All right. Might be able to use this. That we might be able to put like down here somewhere, making it smaller. I don't need a ton of more spider webs, but there need to be some in the air because it needs to be unmistakable that these are spider webs. Like it's kind of hard to see it here, and more than likely you will see it in images in the actual module where the spider webs are more prominent, and it's easier to tell. Oh, that's what they are. Here, it's just more of a pretty picture that we're painting for you to tease you to open this book. But I would like some other spider webs hanging down here just to kind of, knock that home if possible. This might work for the smaller ones, maybe? I don't know. Not really the right angle. I wonder if about this to just 50, how wild does it go? Yeah, so some of these will work. I think we can start working with this because that's similar to our image-ish. Um, we can start working with that. Go ahead and remove our Wonderland logo. Let's save. Always save. I realize that autosave is a thing, but let me tell you, I've lost quite a bit of things to autosave. You just got to get used to these days adding the tiny little piece of ish after everything. So this is, you know, graphic ish. It could be watercolor ish because nothing's exactly how it should be. It's just a little bit off for one reason or another. This will look amazing when it comes out in paint, though. Once it's repainted, telling you, you guys are gonna love this one. All right, I think we can get rid of Miss Lorena. What are we doing? Oh yes, 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 yes. Spider webs. Look at that. Now, this is not going to match up perfectly, but it should be relatively close enough where it's not going to take me a lifetime to integrate these. Here, we want it down here. Yeah, see? Yeah, see? Ah. There it is. Now, we should be able, should being the keyword there, get rid of Lorena and our oh, that's shading. Hold on. Let me put this as logo, backdrop, shading. This needs to be our shadow. That is Lorena. Is all right. Let's get rid of Lorena there. Let's put that out of the way. I can be here in a moment. And let's go ahead and try to merge these together. We can at least get that right there. Work. Now, all we should have to do, no, sounds like a lot, is all we should have to do fade out the majority of this top image. Get rid of most of it. All I really want, these right here. We're going to get rid of everything on this side, and you can tell that I'm getting rid of everything on this side because if you look right over here at this particular layer mask, this one I'm circling, that one, if you look at that layer mask, you're going to see it get darker and darker as I go around. That's what I'm doing. I'm erasing this particular level, this particular layer in this area from the image. We're only going to keep the stuff that looks like spider webs on the right here. You're going to see everything else over in that little mask window. You're going to see that all go black. There we go. Get rid of that. Rid of Uh, those light there. The way I'm getting rid of them, or the areas that are around this now, is we want to get rid of everything that is not touching a spider web at the moment. And then what we'll do is we'll take another pass and we'll go around this entire thing and we'll get a little bit closer to the spider webs. We'll decide, okay, we need to look about where they're coming from, where they're going, make sure they're connecting properly, and that it looks as realistic as possible. So you have to do another pass on this to make sure that the spider webs make sense where they're located and connect where they're supposed to. Because as of right now, they will connect in several different places that they are not supposed to, because they are overlaid from a different image that had a different perspective slightly of the same mushroom. Like I said, this is a lot easier to deal with, at least for me, editing in these spider webs in here, because at least their location, how they're hanging, the coloring, the style, all of those things are taken care of by Midjourney just by saying I want them attached to an image that looks like the image I'm giving you. When you previously had to work without any kind of generative AI, you would be going into a stock photo site or a clip art site and just grabbing whatever they had, and then you would have to manipulate and use filters and redesign and just hours and hours more of additional work that it's not creative. I think is the reason that I look at it as not something that bothers me that I don't have to do anymore. Not that I don't have to do it. Sometimes you do need, some stock images for something, um, and the stuff that you'll get from Midjourney or GPT or Dolly or whatever or Firefly is not giving you what you need. That's entirely possible, and those things are still out there. They have great AI engines built into them now, where you can generate whatever image you want, similar to Midjourney, but you're generating it like clip art, um, just like Midjourney GPT do, um, through them instead, and you get that as part of your subscription with those different services. So it's whether we like it or not, the stock photo and clip art game has changed, and there's nothing anybody can do about that. That is the way it's going to be. So get used to that one. But anyway, it makes it a little bit easier because I don't really consider, if I want to add spider webs to this and make this full image, great. Me having to find a stock photo of spider webs and spend 2 hours integrating that, or 3 hours integrating that into this, to achieve the look that I'm looking for, that's not art. That's just wasting somebody's time. That there's no reason that it shouldn't be simpler than that. At least that's what I believe. So I don't mind the ability to go into Midjourney and just say, hey, duplicate this image, but add some spider webs to it that I can use. Let it run, 16 times and see what you get out of it. And usually you will end up with something that you can use if you know how to blend. If you know how to blend and merge and work with layers, you should be okay. All right, so we're getting rid of some of the erroneous items. Let's change the transparency on this because we are getting awfully close to our spider webs, and we do not to fuck them up. All the rest of this cleaned in. We still want the original mushroom cap here. I know overlaying that image has dropped a bunch of nonsense in here. We do have to un-nonsense it. Whatever is going on here. Back to our 50%. Get rid of whatever that is. A little bit over here. Got a little bit of ghosting. All right. Oh, what is that? Oh, this is all over here. Let's get rid of that. And see, like I said, you keep an eye on this little thing right here, because that's what's actually being removed. It's the actual mask on it. Once you think you're done removing things and you're looking around to see if there's any ghost material left over, I guarantee you there will be. You can tell where it's located by looking at this little mask box right there, because it will show you the spots that didn't get hit. They are very easy to spot, especially as you continue to erase. At least you can get like an orientation of where they are. There we go. It was right there. Okay. That one, and there's some here. Here. There's a whole bunch. Right here. And that's going to happen when you're blending two things together that look very similar, as you are going to have some overlap that is not going to work well for you. So you are going to have to keep an eye out for it. It'll be so subtle that you won't even realize that it's overlapping anything. You won't see one version over the other. Okay. This all seems rather reasonable. This is a little ridiculous up here. It's so bright. Okay, let's see what we got here. Now, is that too bright over there? Because we can tune that down quite a bit if we need to. Let's take a look. Doesn't look like it's impeding our Wonderland too much. Yeah, I actually don't mind it that much. Actually looks pretty good. Hmm. I think we should be able to run with that. We'll land in different places. That all seems fine. Okay, we are going to save our first spider webs layer. There will be more. Actually, we'll call this spider webs 01 just because there will be more. Arena, add our shadows just to make sure. Okay. Do a little touch up here. Yeah, that all looks good. That all looks good. And last time I checked, spiders don't make horizontal. Okay. A little cleanup up at the top. Okay. So we got spider webs, looks like. Still think we need some more. I think that's not quite enough. Let's see what else we've got. I think we could probably make some use of maybe some of these. All right, so I think the next set of spider webs is actually going to need to go down here. They're going to be smaller. Uh, I don't want to cascade them too much because you don't want to take away from the mushroom. If you just cover the screen in spider webs, you're not going to see anything else. So you got to be very careful about how much we put in here. All right, so we're going to leave our normal spider webs in. I'm just going to chop this up now because most of this is going to get in our way. We blow it up. I don't think we're going to need pretty much any of this part of the image. this side off. On their way. Yeah, I think what we can do is we can pull this. And put it like that. Bam. And now we're going to do a little merge. Merge and play. Let's duplicate this. I'll use that in a minute. Right now, I do not need it. I'm going to kick it out of this image. It's in the wrong place. All right. There. Now we're going to have to zoom in because these spider webs are all up in mushroom. We're able to blend this with the background, but as you see, there's still kind of a misty colored white that's still there. That is because it wasn't able to completely match up the two colors that it was shading from the top image and the bottom image. If those colors match up, it can kind of make them really transparent, close to completely transparent. And in this case, they did not meet up exactly, so one of them is probably denser than the other. And because of that, when you go to blend them, they will leave kind of a funky white residue there. And that is what you are seeing. So we got to go up here with it. This is going to be a very interesting part to work on. Like I said, got to make some magic. So each of these little spider webs needs to look like it's coming from the right spot. And there we go. Central part we're gonna have to pick up a little bit because these are right in the middle of this. They'd go all the way up to the top, so we may have to clean everything, merge that, make it all one part of the layer, and then actually have generative build the rest. Otherwise, you can't just copy paste over and over again and clean it up that way. Entirely feasible. Old school, but feasible. Hmm. I think these are still. Whoa, hey, 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 hey. not tall enough. Just trying to get the spider webs lined up properly because now that I'm looking at it, they do need to go to the tip top here, just like the edge. If you're looking at the mushroom right here, and the spider webs are kind of covering the mushroom, like kind of collapsing it, or not collapsing it, but they're completely over it and covering it. They're going to be coming off of the crown of this cap. They're not going to be coming, down here. I mean, maybe from the opposite side, but from this side, they're going to be coming from up here. So we need to make them appear like they're coming off the edge of this, and that they're disappearing down here. That is what's up next. And actually, we are a little over 2 hours in. It looks like we are at 2:18. I think we'll actually take a few minutes break here. Get a little breather, and then we'll come back and finish up these spider webs. I think we are getting where we need to be. Spider webs, arena, shading, windows, and then repaint. We are about halfway through that, so stay tuned and we'll finish it up. And we're back. How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? We're back to Building Wonderland, Nightmares and Dreamscapes. I am the inimitable Design Merc, cleaning up this set of spider webs that we are lacing around some mushrooms in the world of Wonderland. Let's do a little shading and a little masking here. Yeah, we'll cut it right off the top of the mushroom. Around the edge here. Any of this. Unnecessary. Just gotta blend away. All it is. Looks like we're gonna have to come back and blend out some of the stuff from the previous spiderwebs layer because we have left some artifacts, it appears. Yes, right here it seems. There we are. Remove him. Them. Off we go. Yeah, that's about right. Module info. We got some artifacts over here too, so let's get rid of this. These in there. Way. Little light over here. Bunch of light over here. Edge. this is the fun part, folks, where you have to go through and check all your mistakes and see see where you left pieces behind that you didn't mean to leave behind. Like all of this shading over here. After a while, it can make a difference if you don't bother to catch it. Alright, back to the web. All this. Get rid of the. Want this to be right on the edge. Now, some of these will be attached to the top of the cap, and some of these will just be attached at the edge here. And that is just so it looks more realistic. Because obviously some of these are quite cut off. We'll keep them chopped off at the top here. And the ones that we can't extend, we'll leave them extended so they cover enough space. Real difficulty is going to be reconnecting them down here. What we may need to do is just remove the mushrooms that are down here, get rid of this entire just section of mushrooms that aren't necessary, and we're gonna have to fade a little bit on the inside here. You can see this part of the mushroom right across the center where the stalk is. In between the spider webs is a lot lighter than it should be. We want to make sure it's still shaded and shadowed properly, and the overlay is causing that that light cover to be in there. So we're gonna have to go through and clear that out. No worries, do it all the time. But that still needs to get done, so we want to go ahead and get rid of as much of the garbage as possible. And then what we'll probably have to do is once we get rid of all that garbage, the ends of the spider webs are not probably going to meet very well with the surface of our mushroom base. So rather than trying to fake it and fade it, I will just merge the two images together, and then we'll do a remove object section cut out over the tips and let AI kind of manipulate that back to looking connected and correct. All right, getting rid of the baby mushrooms. Sorry, guys, you are not necessary at this time. There we go. Cleaning out quite a bit of that. Just a lot of clicking and fading. All right, here and get this guy. And now action's gotta go. That. Wait, look. Okay. Crazy amounts of spider webs. Let's go ahead and clear out some of the light changes that are in here. They're so subtle that you wouldn't notice the difference if I didn't peel them back. In the bigger areas especially, you're going to want to see the color. Through here. There we go. Okay, now this is where it gets a little tricky because I don't know that this is going to work. It might not. You may have to come back and do it manually, but we're going to find out. So let's zoom out. Quite a lot of spider web we got going on there, but let's zoom out of that. We are going to duplicate this layer real quick, just in case anything goes haywire. And then we are going to merge our mushroom and our spider webs. Bam, there we go. Now, and then we've merged those two, we want to take just the ends here, properly connect those. So let's see if it'll actually do it for us. Too bad. Let's zoom out and see what it did. There we go. That looks like they're connected to the ground. Go with that. And then these over here. Hit all of these as well. Right. Pretty good. That doesn't look like it did anything. That might be the way to go. We're going to run it one more time just to be sure. I even want to get rid of the straight ones there. Well, they're going to be underneath. Oh, that's going to be hard to see that module info, isn't it? that's going to be a problem. Okay, so what we're going to do is, this is how you pivot, kids. We are going to remove the spider webs that are in the internal section here where the module info is going to go, like anything that would touch it across here. All of these are going to get ripped out and we'll just leave the outside edge ones. So, I know, such a bummer, right? But it's very important that you can read the module information. So, chop these down here, get that squared away first. And then we'll start clearing out spider webs. We are almost 3 hours in. Normally I'd be done at 4 p.m., which is we're about 5 minutes till. But today, folks, we are trying to finish this cover. So I am going to be here until I get this beast done. That's about that. So we're going to merge that together, and now we're going to go through and we're going to erase a bunch of shit that we were just real careful not to erase. Aren't we magical? Oh, you know what? We're going to have to backtrack quite a bit. Please let me do it. Please let me do it. Yes. Okay. Woo! We almost missed the 20 undo button option. Almost went over the line. Would have been real hard to remove these if they were merged with that back layer. There's no, I'm going to have to go that individually erase them and not mess up the background. That would have taken at least an hour. Instead, we're going to do it this way. We're going to back out quite a bit. Let's drop our module info there so I know where we're going. Let's get rid of all the stuff in the center now and see how it looks. This, we absolutely want to see that it says over here. All of that in the center. Go bye-bye. There, yep. All right. Getting rid of this stuff. Right, I think we hit the end here. We're going to do the filament at the bottom. Now this stuff can still work. There. here, so that'll look like they're on the outside. Taking the other mushroom. Perspective, folks. All about perspective. Here. Come in and get sneaky with this one. Just do a little. There we go. All right. That appears to have gotten them. All right. All right, so we got a few spider webs on there. We'll drop that on top. You'll see them. My only other concern with that is that they are not very webby. So we need to have like the kind of web pattern somewhere so people can recognize what that is. Typical style. Hmm. We're going to go high on the Omni reference chain, and we're going to go low. We're going to go down to 25 and see what we can get. It's looking pretty good. It is not looking bad. We just want to kind of clean it up a bit. I think these spider webs are a bit bright, so we are going to drop them down a bit, like right there. 20%. Yeah, that looks realistic. Okay. Same with these. Not quite that. There we go. Or manageable. And we are going to edit this because when the shadow's on it, it just looks like there's a weird thing sticking up in the air out of the shadow. It's really just one of these plants. So let's skip that and do, yeah, because you won't be able to see it there anyway. Okay. Looking better, looking better. Midjourney still has not started. All right, so once we get some more spider webs across here, you know what? I wonder Let me ask Mr. Bishop. Let's ask Mr. Bishop. Do we think about spider webs scraping across logo on module 4? See what he says about that. We might be able to do a little spider webbery over the logo a bit. It might be too much. I don't know. It looks kind of classy right now. I kind of want to keep it that way. It's going to depend on the spider web coverage here. Keeps doing it from the top. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. This area here, that area there. Okay, so maybe what we can do sure how well we may have to recontrast that before we put it in there. We'll give it a shot. All right, so we're gonna grab this image. We are going to jack some more spider webs from it. Right there. You on the other hand. Very nice. Right there. Let's go match these mushrooms. That would be about there, but this is a bit bigger, so be like that. It's smaller. There. All right, and we try to blend it together. This may or may not work. So you can see them, but the background's too light. So what we need to do is contrast this more. So that gray background that you see back here, we need all of this gray area to be much, much darker than the spiderweb lines in order for, when we blend it, for them to be able to be seen through that blending. So to do that, we have to crank up the contrast, crank down the brightness, and do it in such a way here we go. Didn't realize that wasn't on my screen until just now. Keep cranking this down. We keep cranking the brightness up just a little bit at a time. What will end up happening is that background will get darker and darker. do right. That's not working either. Threshold. Threshold takes everything to black and white, monochrome most of the time. Go all the way out or all the way white. That's really all it is, the two colors. But because we're only trying to look for the spider webs here, see how much of a difference we're getting. Go see any of that. Yeah, it's too close. Okay. No, that's too dense. Let's try. Shadows and highlight. I did not. That's the thing is sometimes you change tools, you try things, and it just doesn't work. You gotta play with it. You find the exact right thing, what you're doing. If you did that, it's not dark enough. Whale is definitely making it difficult. So we decide to grayscale. Try this approach. This is like last ditch effort kind of stuff. That's about as good as it gets there. We got on level. There we go. Almost there. Just gotta enough. All right. We got it significantly darker than we did last time. And we do the levels again. There we go. Now we're starting to get it where it's dark enough behind. Yeah, there we go. All right, now let's try it. See how the screen is lightening up a bit? I'm starting to see the spider webs there. That's because we're doing this contrasting. may not be able to get away with much more. Certainly gonna try. Yeah, it's just too difficult to color in there. See it. Color it. Well, we tried, folks. That one, unfortunately, is not going to work. Sometimes that happens. Just got to roll with it and move on to the next thing. Let's go ahead, take our logo off, save this real quick. Got a spelling error there. All right. Nativity web, smaller mushroom axis, natural anchor points. Blah 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 blah. Dense cartoon remains visible to keep all additional. Dark navy, blue, or black background. So webs are easily seen. All right. Well, which one worked better? Those guys or those guys? Also going to add this dude in here as a style reference. See if that helps as well. All right, we're going to give that a shot. The whole trick is spider webs that will cascade down this window, or like either down through here or down underneath here. One of the two. We're gonna need to do one or both. Scoot back over this way. All right. So yeah, we're gonna put some windows in here, and we're going to put a little bit more spider webbing, hopefully, down here at the bottom. It's gonna be tricky because we do need the module info there. But get some here. Maybe get some in the text. I'm not entirely sure yet. We'll see if we can get that off. Hi, Mr. Remington. Come, buddy. My bud. Oh, is a good boy. Oh, it's my good boy. Oh, yeah, I'm afraid that you won't really be able to see the spider webs if we put them uh, on the logo. It was an idea, but I don't think we're gonna be able to put it on there. If we do, you won't be able to see it, and that will end up being a problem. Still thinking about it. What? Back on fast. Watch him do this. Kick back on fast, and it'll work. That'd be hilarious. Yep, there we go. Fast is back to working. Let's see what we got here. Hopefully our generations will go a little bit quicker now. Something like that. Hmm. Let's see. I think we're going to have to update our prompt. All right. Given GPT a little changes here, trying to force it to have the spider webs go between the big mushroom and then the smaller mushrooms underneath. We want that kind of cascading effect, or like that, like a web canopy. Let's try this. It's all in how you word it. Hmm. Well, that didn't work right because I did not follow the instructions. So we're going to add the first prompt in, then you add, whoops, then you add the second part. And we try that. This is where you just have to keep testing it, changing the settings, editing the prompt. See if we can make some of this work. Not entirely sure that it is dark enough. About to find out. I think we might be able to make that work. Yeah, there we go. Okay. We can pull that off. Let's try to contrast this a bit. Make that background as dark as humanly possible. Way those come out a little bit more, and it's a little bit easier to shade in. So we go. We're gonna put this on here. This is Spiderwebs 3. Spiderwebs 2. Okay. And we're going to fade in the webs. What we're doing. Let's make sure that we've got extension here. That goes up there. That goes up there. Okay. Pull this out. Don't want any of that in there. And we are going to have to extend, these connectors here because they don't connect to shit. But they're going to need to. We're going to get rid of this pattern in here. A bit of this, a little bit of that. Slowly but surely sneaking up on a final product. And this just goes to show you folks, if you were with us for our first few episodes, we went through and did the Module 2 cover. That took about, I think about 25, 26 hours of work to get that cover done. This one is you're probably looking at like 15, like half that. So half as complicated as Module 2. Module 3 was, I think, like roughly 7 hours. That was roughly 7 hours. Not too crazy. All right, we've got quite a odd line going on here that we're going to need to break up. Bring that up there just a little bit. We'll come back to that in a sec. Let's get this jazz out of the way, all this extra nonsense, and white overlay that we don't need. We can't see our colors, we can't see anything behind it. Get rid of most of this. Get rid of all of this. Alright. Clean that up. And then we get rid of this section over here, and we should be able to here. Should be able to merge this, or sorry, distort it, and transform it so that it attaches everywhere it needs to attach. Because right now it's kind of hanging out in the air. And there we are. As they say, Bob's your uncle. All right. Get rid of this in the middle here. Clear that up a bit. Look at that. Just disappears like clockwork. And this over here, let's clear this up. Little too light. This as well. All right. And now we can take this particular spiderwebs layer and we can stretch it a bit. It needs to reach our mushroom down here, so we can stretch it to right there. Put this back up to here. And then we will need to distort this a bit so that actually probably warp it would be better. Let's warp it because we need specifically that. Over here. this and kind of go back where it belongs. You, my friend, need to be connected to that. This down a bit. Go. Ooh, look at the twists and turns we gotta make here. Bend you back over there. Yeah, but then you are over here, and you are over there. Boy, this warp is gonna stretch your mind, won't it? Okay. Right about there. Alright, everything is relatively in place. I know it looks like a mess right now. That's okay. That's what it's supposed to look like. Got a couple spots down here to clean up. This little area right here. Let's get rid of this dust. Yeah, this little area in here. And it appears that this over here is being a pain as well. Going right the edge of this particular spider web. All right, that looks much better. We can do a little bit of light cleaning in here. That is absolutely part of that. All right, we are getting rid of all of that nonsense over here. All this. And go. This can just tag right there. That can tag right there. Here, okay. You. This is go. It's truly there anyway. Okay. Just cleaning up a few things, folks. Some nicks and knacks. All right. And if we throw that in there, and we throw our module info in there. What do we feel like? Feel like that's working? Those come across as spider webs. I buy that. All right. I think we're pretty good. We'll leave it in the hands of Master Phil when he takes a look at it. If he feels we need more spider webs, then we'll get them. If we don't, then we don't. That means that we just need to slap in some windows. Let's save this. We're going to take these two down here in our stuff we want to keep but aren't using pile. All right, and next thing, windows. So we are about 340 in. I am going to take a little break. It's almost 5 p.m. Take a little 15. Yeah, and then we'll come back. We'll throw some windows in it. We will repaint. And this one will be finished. So stay tuned, folks. 15. And we're back with some mushrooms, some spider webs, and a little bit of Photoshop. Here at Building Wonderland, Nightmares and Dreamscapes, we just keep on building. So, what I went and did over the break, I just got back, was go ahead and create in Midjourney just the spider webs. No mushroom, no imaging in the background, nothing. Just some regular old spider webs in regular old spider web patterns with a dark background. Because that, the one piece we need, that is what I'm looking for. I wanted one of these. So we are going to shrink this down because there really is only one place that will fit. We're going to put it right here. We are going to superimpose it just like that. Now, we'll go ahead and fade in the top. Go ahead and mask it. Fade in the top pieces because we're not going to see those anyway. And get rid of all of this foolery on the side. Look at that either. All right, and because that's so light, barely there. Oh, let's fade in the rest of this here because the coloring is off. Because it's so light and it's barely there, what we're going to want to do is try to double up that layer in the hopes that it will thicken it out just enough where it'll be a little bit easier to see. That is what we're looking for. So, not really. Didn't really do much of anything. Well, that's sad. All right, let's see if is clean this up a little bit more. Go top one here. Care about. Again, it's not going to make it any better, but we can screen it now. And when we go over an area a little too much, it won't matter so much because there's plenty underneath it. The whole point is so it is incredibly visible that, my friends, is a spider web. Is what we are looking for. Just wanted to get that visual in there. Everybody is on the same page with what we're looking at. See how bright that is. Maybe tune that down a little bit. Yeah, that's pretty up there. What if we get down a notch? Just like all right, maybe like maybe we should angle both of these a bit. Just did you do? They're kind of like right there. And that way, this line, we do. Okay. That should do lay trick. There, I think we have enough spider web. Right, we're gonna save this. Got here, we got hello, baby. Hi, little midget. I mean, all right. Web 1, Web 02. Looks pretty good. Let's save it again for posterity. Okay. Now, doors and windows. What I'm going to do is get our information in to GPT here. Tell it, hi, assistant. I would like to replicate the second attached image in Midjourney with the doors and windows that possible. I will upload the second image as an Omni reference and the first image as a style reference. Try that. A lot of times if you tell GPT you're going to do something and it's incorrect, it will correct you and say, no, 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 don't do that. That is what you want Omni reference to dominate the competition while the competition. Okay. So it's saying, all right, so what we're gonna do. We're gonna get a little creative here. First part of the prompt, comma. Second part of the prompt. Bam. Then we're gonna load this guy as our Omni reference and crank it up like 500. Style reference will be on 250, and that is going to be this mushroom. Let's see if it can pick that out. That's tricky. We're telling it we want the windows and doors from our original mushroom, the one that we built, that's the head-on shot with the camera. We're telling them that's what we want. We want those windows and doors, but we want them in our larger structure. And personally, I don't think it's able to make that happen, especially since it looks like it's turning it into a dandelion. Yes. I don't think we're going to be able to do it that way. Let's do this. We are going to crank up the Omni strength on here. We are add style reference, drop the style reference down, and try it one more time. Oh. No, it wants to put a town next to it and not in it. Interesting. May have to make this happen myself, but I'm giving them a chance. I'm giving Midjourney and GPT a chance to collaborate and work together, make it happen, and if not, then I will step in. It is insane to me that. So, what GPT just told me was that part of the problem is Midjourney is not so bright. So you type in things like windows, doors, things like that, and it immediately thinks house. So it starts creating a house to put the windows and doors in. You didn't ask for a house, you just asked for windows and doors, but it thinks that they go together ultimately, and that's it. Um, so you can't use those words to put windows and doors in something else, like another object that they don't belong in, because it doesn't know what to do with that. Or at least that's what it's saying, which makes sense because that's why it keeps building buildings outside of my mushrooms, which is not what I asked for. So we're going to change the prompt. Add a little bit more to it. And we're going to go. Let's see what we get. Yo! What happened? I don't even know what these are. You know, like I said, I don't have time for this. It's going to be much easier to go all the way back, backety back, than when we first started trying to get our mushroom stalk here to get stocky. And we're going to steal some windows. Question is, what windows do we like? What do we like? They really just need to be cut into the stalk. I don't want... I don't want them to be crazy, crazy. Let's see what we get here. This is just a shot in the dark, but I'm going to give it a shot. If not, I'll come back down and steal some window. Hang tight with that. Time to grab a Reese's. Or two, if you're an insane person like me. Hey! That's wild and not what I was asking for. I do not see doors and windows. Okay, so what I'm doing is I ran a Midjourney query with our pre-spiderweb mushroom as the omni reference, and an older prompt that was one of the last ones we used that was still creating doors and windows inside the stock at this angle. Um, I mean, obviously, it came up with some crazy artwork that's very similar to what we already have. That doesn't really help me any because there are no doors and windows in there. So what I ended up doing was throwing it back into GPT and saying, okay, this is what it's giving me. I'm putting our image in as an omni reference. I'm using an older prompt. I'll paste it here, but it's giving me almost exact replicas of my main image, which is great because we've had a hard time getting that to happen the entire time I've been doing this. One of the things we've been trying to do this entire time was just get an exact image of what we were doing, um, or exact replica, excuse me. But it's still missing the doors and windows. So we throw that back into GPT and say, listen, this is the prompt. This is the image we're using. It's coming back with replicas without the doors and windows. I need those in the prompt. And it should be able to update the prompt right there. Let's give it a shot and see. Look at that, folks. That is exactly what we're looking for. So we're going to automatically toss out number one because it is not the right angle. That's not bad. Not so much. All right, I need some work on the windows. We're going to add some extra in here. These aren't bad. I truly only need 4, so I can actually take these 4 out, chop them up, and throw them into our stock. Let's give it one more shot. It's kind of interesting that it's making it these kind of oblong ovals here instead of, true doors, windows. Very interesting the shapes it's giving me. I very much like that. We might take a few of those. Don't any of that. Maybe that one. That's an interesting idea. I think we can get most of them from. I think we can get most of them from this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have it reduplicate this for me. Just so I get a few more options for windows and doors. All right, let's save that. Oh, it's already saved. All right, here we go. Now this is not going to be the exact angle that we are currently at. That is okay. It doesn't have to be. I will move the doors and windows as I need to. See, look at that. Personally, I think those are too big. I want them further up, smaller. Yeah, I guess if they fit like there. Yeah, something like that. Now, obviously, this stock kind of curves in, and ours over here doesn't. What I will do is I will try to bend it a bit and see if I can get that in there. I may only go with 3. It just depends on what they look like when we get done with it, but we'll go ahead and overlay them and take it from there. As you can see, all right, we've got these windows right here. We're going to rip those out. We're going to put them into this particular stock here. Question is, since that is so dark, that is decidedly not. Should we just blend them in? We have to color them a little bit to do that. Right. Might be a better idea is to cut these bad boys out individually and place them. I'm going to do that and just trying to like maneuver around this entire image. Seems like it's going to be a pain. But all of this off because we don't need it. But all of this off because we don't need it. All of that. Get rid of all of this. All of this. We're going to give one thing a try. I'm going to try to map this. Green. There we go. All right. I'm going to map this to our dock here. In that window, there's a little wonky, but figure it out. Do a little fade. Lighter. Might blend better that way. Expect these to blend super well. But you also want to make sure that it looks like they're in the image you created. Now again, the only idea, the main idea is to make sure that we get them on there so they look realistic enough with the scene. We're about to repaint this entire thing, so it doesn't have to be 100% perfect. It just has to be enough to where when GPT repaints it, it does get the stuff in the right locations and kind of the lighting right and the technicality of it right. It's not going to look the same. The detail level is different for the image that we're creating. So. We clean these up, get them looking decent enough where we place them, and then we can go repaint. And expect by the end of the week this week that we will have our Creative Catastrophe Games YouTube up and running. You will be able to see all of the previous Building Wonderland episodes on our YouTube. In case you, like several others I've heard from, decide to use this as your own personal ASMR. Just realized my ticker there, I didn't update it from 3 to 4. We went so quick through 3, never actually burned into module 4 there. We are almost done with 4, so I will just update it to 5. We're going to be burning through 14 module covers over this month. Only the 11th, so we got plenty of time and plenty to work on. Once we get through all of our module covers. Moving on to character reveals. That should be fun. And wildly enough, while you are watching me build covers and characters, Philip and I will be spearheading full playtesting by our CCG team, our DM Ryan, and building all of the module content and material we have yet to create, so we are ready for our Kickstarter later this summer. Coming soon, folks. Wonderland, Nightmares, and Dreamscapes to your tabletop. The only thing we'll say is that there is a pretty good chance that you're going to die. We did not make it easy. Nor did we make it too hard. There's plenty of ways to get through this entire journey. But how you decide to do so, what path you take, the steps you take along the way, choices entirely up to you. You will be, after all, in Wonderland. We all know the rules are different there. Alright. I think we have officially cleared out our windows here. Excess garbage. Some right here too. See if those look like they're placed right. Not quite. So we're going to grab them again. We're going to throw them back into warp drive. Get them where they need to be. Right. Essentially where we want them. We've got a little bit of garbage right there to get rid of. That. Whatever. More. Yeah. Here. There. We got a little bit everywhere. That's how it works. What we're going to do is you're going to duplicate this with the real full colored layer on top. I'll get a double overlay. Now we go around, just erase the edging we don't need from that top layer. So that our doors and windows fit in exactly where they're supposed to. Look at that. There we go. There we are. This one right here. All right. Now they are in there. Yeah. All right, now they're in there. Not too bad. I think we need to change the color though, because it is not matching anything else in this image. We are going to edit our hue a bit so we get a little bit more golden brown color. And we want to get a little bit more golden brown right in here, like around 16. Wash out the saturation just a bit. Negative 16. I think we're going to need to change. Dark. No, that's fine. All right, so 16, negative 16, and negative 1 is what we did that for. The same thing here. We did 16, negative 16. I like to stop on negative 16 and negative 1. All right, and now we have some windows. What I would like to do is I would like to take the panes out of the windows. So we can merge these two together, or no. No. Okay. And what we'll do, we will remove them here real quick. We have to do this twice and backtrack a little bit, but get it done. Move these. This. You. Manual way that we remove things without using AI. up a little bit. Cleaning out that doorway, just like that. All right, do the same thing with this one here. Got our window pane here we can get rid of. One at a time, a little too much. Yeah. All right, and our last one down here at the bottom. Right, almost. Does not want to work with me. Okay. All right. We're going right over top of it. And we're doing it again. That's difficult. On here. See, even Photoshop doesn't want to listen sometimes. Do what it wants. Sometimes that's the game. All right, we are sneaking up on hour 5 here. Almost done, I promise. Promise, promise. We're just finishing up. Doors and windows. As soon as that is done, it will be directly into repainting. That, getting rid of this. They're very tiny windows, so it's very tricky to get rid of all the stuff that's in them. I really just want them to be have a sill and be lit. So there's no confusion as to what they are. There we go. Now, if we zoom out, looks like we have some doors and windows. Oh. Now we may have to move those down because we're about to drop the logo back on top of it. Let's see here. Windows top. Windows bottom. And look at that. Wonderland logo right on top of them. So let's go ahead and move them. How about right there? We want to put them under the logo. We actually do that. Also, still feel like our lights are not washed out enough. Let's go back into saturation and dump the saturation. They look like that. That matches the rest of the light around here. Negative 15 and 15. Do same thing here. 0. Oh, negative 15. Oops. Negative 15. Yeah, that's okay. That looks a little more like the color palette in the tree and the mushroom. The mushroom and the mushrooms. I think we have a winner there, folks. That's what the cover is going to look like. Here, I want to do one thing. Arena is right underneath a dark patch. I would really like it. This on her way. Call attention to that character, so we want to make sure that he is visible. Almost 5 hours today. It is around 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There we go. I can see her quite a bit better now. That's what I wanted. All right. Who is ready to repaint? This is going to be interesting. I am interested to see if GPT gets this right. All right, we're saving this. It is a CMYK. And we're going to take this. We are going to throw it into GPT. Right, we're going to throw our cover in here. My assistant. Attached is our completed cover for module 4. Please repaint this image in the Wonderland watercolor paint style. Here we go. Repaint away. And we may have to go through several repaints to get it in the right style. Everything is based off of our Module 1 cover, and that is the Wonderland watercolor style that we are working with for our covers. It's pretty quick. Check that out. Oh, hey! Not too shabby. All right. That is very interesting. Let's take a copy of that. Throw it in here. First off, we want to see if it matches logistically. Look at that. It really does. It really does. If we dropped that here, through our Wonderland logo and module over it, obviously we would darken some of this. Why not? Too dark. That is not too bad, kids. Not too bad at all. A little hard to see this, but we'll fade that up. What do we think? What do we think? Yeah, I think you almost need that to bring the light out. Yeah, that's definitely a necessity. Wow, that is really close. It's really close. Now the question is, do we want to keep this painted version of Lorena there? Do we want to insert that one so it's a little more recognizable, I guess I would say. What we can do is we can do this. Because we want her to be a little more clear, it's great that she's in there. I think all of this looks pretty good. We want to let's take a look here. Got this right. Yeah, all of that looks pretty accurate, but it is watercolored. All right, so what we're gonna do. Got our watercolor here. That's great. We are going to kick all of this off, except Ballerina. And then I'm going to blow her up. Huge. She's going to be very blurry, very messy. That's fine. I will sharpen her enough for what I am planning on doing. All I'm looking to do is take this image of her very quickly. Save her. out, 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 and then turn everything back on. Put all these in a group. Final image. All of this, then go right there. Okay, so we got that particular image of Lorena. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to feed that back through here with the same command. My assistant attached is an image of Lorena by herself. Please repaint the image in the Wonderland watercolor paint style. Exactly as she is. Okay, let's try that. Who do we got here? Oh, Captain Phillips says, looks incredible, no feedback. That's what we like to hear. I've got a little feedback. I'd like to be a little more detailed, but our particular design style for these covers is a little less detailed. Thinking what might end up happening is there might be a special release either during the Kickstarter or quite later, who knows, of all of the original covers in clear detail. We may try that. We'll see. But for now, it's all about style, baby. Style and suspense. So I would like to replace the very tiny little doll they made of Lorena down there with this. I'm wondering if it will let me do that. Have to have. I'm not even sure I'll be able to see you at that point. All right, let's try this. We are going to make her much, much smaller. Rank down to the correct size. Right about there seems good. Then we will try to magic erase and watch this not work. Oh, hey, that didn't do a completely horrible job. Did not at all. Good job. Okay. What we're going to do is we are going to remove this version of Lorena. Object. Thank you, thank you. And then we're going to move here. And we are going to blur her. Just enough. That looks about right. Wait, 0.5. No, way too much. Oh, way too much. Looks about right. Much better. Now it's about placement. I want her here. Do we want her atop the mushroom? I want her facing the other way. Well, what if she faces this way? Oops. Move her here. Hmm. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to lighten up on this darkness here because you won't be able to see anything if it's too dark. Let's try that. Yeah, I think that makes a little more sense. She looks like she's looking up at how to get there. I don't know, kids. This might be done. I think we are in pretty good shape. We are just past 5 hour mark. We are going to save Miss Lorena as the new Lorena. This is going to be the full cover design. Full, alright, we'll do full cover repaint. How about that? Final image is below it, background's below that. We will save. All right. I believe we have completed Module 4, cover for Wonderland, Nightmares and Dreamscapes. 5 hours, 15 minutes in. We didn't do bad today, gang. Check us out again tomorrow. We'll be here at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for more Building Wonderland, Nightmares and Dreamscapes. We will be up to Module 5. Module 5. Whole new cover design. We're starting over tomorrow. So, on behalf of the CCG team, myself and Philip, and all of our little friends that are involved, we thank you for watching, and we will see you tomorrow.